Okay. Let me stop that. I was trying to finish something, but I guess I'll finish it later. But let me get this set. And then just let me see how this should be going. I think it seems fine. But first of all, hello, Axel Synchro, Leaf Fantasy, and okay, I know you've been prominent for a while, but like genuinely, I've just been kind of afraid to like pronounce your name because I don't like trying to. I don't. If you couldn't tell, I try to get people's names right on the first try. No, I ka. That's how I'll go with that. Hello to you three. So hopefully you can actually. Let me hold them up for now. So hopefully, yeah, I appreciate it. But so you know, as I said in the as I said in last week's video, this month's stream was going to be of the Jamato Awakening items, but I wanted to try to do this gimmick again to see if people actually cared, but also just because of timing and such. Because as you read from the title, first of all, I forgot to include G's into the title. So let me do that. Because I was too focused on trying to figure out what the gimmick of the title was going to be, and I forgot to include G's. So, creators of the Desirefulness, the opening cross unboxing spectacular prayers, the live. Let's add G's at the end. Because that's been the entire gimmick of the Geats streams. Okay, there. We added G's at the end. Just because, again, that's tradition. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's also why I was kind of like thinking that. I mean, it's just for this stream to happen, it's just basically kind of out of coincidence, basically, because I think obviously I had this stream planned for months, because ever since I got Doom's Geats, because Doom's Geats was a March release, and I knew that I had to wait until July for Potion Rage, or basically until August for Potion Rage. But just all the stuff that has been announced for the premium DX stuff for Geats that have been announced. Like, and I think you can tell too from the videos that are coming out for Geats that are coming out right now on the channel, because I recorded those at the beginning of last month, and basically that was at the time that everything was just rumors, or we knew them from listings. because we knew about Bujin Sword and Fantasy Game Premium DX releases, but we didn't know about Fever nor Boost Mark 2, and now it's like half of the Premium DX releases for Geats. We knew half of them, but it was like the stuff that was already premium Bandai and such. The stuff that is technically new to us are all of like the retail stuff, which is still not really necessary. Let me take this off because I mean, like the ones I don't know. I think it's kind of ridiculous. They're basically announcing a premium DX Geats item like every 2 weeks, basically. But I mean, I think at least. Oh, okay. So, because obviously, just like what they did with the Spiral Parade, they're releasing the Bandai China release or the Bandai China item Bujin, but just putting it under Premium DX and doing more with it. And it's just not special. However, the Oneness Raise buckle, on the other hand, is actually kind of intriguing because that one, I think everyone is agreeing that that's kind of the only item that actually is kind of deserving of a Premium DX treatment, just because of it basically barely passing as a DX item. But no, I'm not getting any Boom Boonger stuff. I think, well, you're the first one that I think to actually formally actually bring this up, just because I've actually done a poor job at this. But yeah, no, we're not doing Boom Boonger. Basically, nothing against the toy line. I'm actually happy that it's actually trying to be a toy line, but no, it's just that basically, if we can actually find an excuse to not buy into a toy line, then like, or if we can find any reason to like not buy into a toy line, then we'll use that excuse and such. Um, because there is, I don't know, like if someone brings up, I'll answer then if there's other questions about if I'm covering X line, then I'll probably make the announcement. But I won't yet unless people really want to hear. But yeah, no Boom Boonger. um, and like again, I have to say it's not even because I have anything against the toy line. It's ultimately just because like I've been kind of burned from gimmick like Sentai gimmick lines that integrate with the mechs and such just due to Loot Pat's execution. So I don't want to buy into another one that does that same thing. But at the same time, though, I'll at least commend Boomboonja for being at least better than Loot Pat and such. I think the thing with Boomboonja is that, like, I just would have liked if they kept that momentum up to this point. Because, yes, we are supposed to get a lot of repaints by October or so, but I don't really want to buy into that. Uh, I don't think. Well, okay, so I know a lot of people are saying that's a good sign that the toy line's at least doing well, but at the same time, it's just like at least give us the super hyper sounds then, because I don't really. I think every toy line that has like a or just any kind of reader, I would rather prefer for them to just hurry up and like try to push out as much product as possible, so then we can minimize the amount of unreleased sounds. Because at least they're doing that with the Sentai buses. Because I think there's only a few of them left, and I think I don't know, because like after the Lion, like we don't really have much product left because we only have the fourth quarter, which yeah, luckily we have a plentiful fourth quarter, but like the fourth quarter doesn't really seem like it's gonna provide much from what we've already known that is programmed. Boom Boonger does have a gimmick. It's the Boom Boom cars. King Olger we bought into because I was essentially forced into it. I don't it's like not a case that I don't mind it personally, but like just cause like, I'm kinda glad that I eventually just bought into the DX stuff for or not Boom Boomer, King Olger just cause of how popular that show is. Obviously the memorial stuff is gonna be extremely hard to get. Or like those are gonna be sold out. So I don't mind the DX King Olger stuff I have. I'm kind of 50-50 whether or not I regret not picking up the Ultra Caliber Zero, but at the same time, it's just like I don't know. It's like because it's like the Ultra Caliber Zero is more of like, well, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate I didn't like pre-order this day one, but at the same time, it's like I didn't need to just because that toy doesn't do much. But at the same time, though, I don't really agree with the aftermarket prices of that thing because that thing should only be like $40 at best. And I'm only saying 40 just because of its length and like the LEDs and such. But that thing does like functionally less, minimally functionally less than the original. But obviously, that thing's only difficult to get for in the aftermarket just due to Raculus's popularity and such. Because like, if you guys already know, like the only DX thing of King Ultra I like absolutely admitted was the King Gabriel Caliber. Because that one I was like, no, I'm just gonna wait for the Memorial Edition, to which like, yeah, technically, I still need to pre-order it, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. Like, I don't feel, I don't feel like doing that basically. But yeah, like the Boom Boonger car or the Boom Boom cars, like I think I think they're at least doing a good job at like getting the side ones out because even if they don't do much, um I think it's lacking in terms of main combinations because there's only like 4 or there's only 5, even though yeah, because there's Boom Boomger Robo, there's Boom Boomger Police. I think I missed no. Yeah, Boom Boomger Builder, Boom Boomger Knight. Obviously, no wonder why these names sound weird because I'm not saying Robo. And then like Boom Boomger Safari. Those and like yes, there's technically Jet, but like that's not pre-programmed. That's just a, that's a combination with the independent mech. Yeah, like technically, like I don't know, like technically, Shoe got souls. They're technically the collectible. They're still a collectible. They're not like a collectible gimmick item, but they're a collectible at least. Cause like I was kind of like thinking like I should probably get Papillons, but oh well. Because I mean, I think getting those, I mean, getting the normal ones at least should be simple. Because I think you just need to get the first 2 candy toy sets. I think they only did 1 Gashapon set, and then Kabuto, you need to just get that thing by itself. But yeah, I didn't prepare, so my bad. Let me get the Desire jar out. All right. I don't. I don't think that was her. But anyways, so the whole gimmick of this was that I would have had chat voted for whether or not they wanted the Geats opening first or the unboxing spectacular. But I don't think we have enough people to vote for that. So it's in the same case again of, well, we're gonna have to follow with how this naming convention is. Let me fix myself. So obviously we're gonna cover the Doom's Geats phrase buckle first, and then we'll cover this entire set after, just because technically that is the order of release and such. Well, we can try, because like I mean from what it's kind of standard. It's like it works whenever it wants to. So, whoops. Yeah, I'm not too big on that. I think it's dumb. They need to stop. I'm already tired of this third one, but it's only justified because of its sounds. Like, I think that's the only point. All right, that's like basically the entire point of just like I'm only gonna justify these Mark 9 repaints if the sounds are actually good. Hide. So again, here's a oneness buckle. So as you can see, it just works whenever it wants to. So it's about right. So, yeah, that's what you're gonna expect. All right, so we are gonna open Doom's Geats first, just because it's the same old boring repaint. Like, it's not a bad buckle, but like, and again, the box packaging design is not too bad. It's actually really decent. Oh, there's tape at the top. Did Cross Geats do that? Okay, it's only just the top. No, it's the bottom too. I don't remember Cross Geats being this difficult. Why can't I get this? Oh yeah, Cross Geats I guess was also from the top and bottom. But my bad. So here's the contents. So here is the Doom's Geats core ID, which is just a repaint. Not a repaint, but just the Cross Geats core ID, but now white and gold. I don't understand why this needs to be taped. I think it's just I think it's just so it does stay in place or something like that, but not necessary. So there's this portion, and then the sound portion of the buckle. Actually, no, it's like that. This just goes in like so. So this is just going to fall in by itself while this goes on top. So it doesn't even glow. You know they're gonna do that. Because like I think the gold is passable to an extent. But I think that's just because really it's just kind of like Geats 9, where the only gold paint is the Kitsune mask. Everything else though, everything else is like gold plastic, but I think it's pretty solid gold plastic. But yeah, again, it's literally the same. It's literally just cross Geats, but like in different colors, which is not really that exciting. Because tomorrow you should get the review for cross Geats. So I'm not going to speak much. I can't tell if that's a new sound. Yeah, I can't tell if this is technically a louder toy. Exactly. Basically, it definitely does sound like this is the loudest one we've gotten. Didn't it? I don't remember struggling this much with Mark 9. This side's not reading. This is the tightest raise buckle. That's weird. But now it just won't read on this side. Which is infuriating. Unless it's this specific rail. No. I don't get it. This side was literally working before. I literally showed it working. Okay, see? It worked. I don't know why it's not working now. It worked there. That doesn't make sense. So how come it doesn't work? How come this track doesn't work? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It clearly works here. I guess because I don't know, I'm kind of in between NFC and rail, like okay, not I'm between NFC and like button pins, like Ghost Driver and or like the Ghost Driver, because I think the Ghost Driver is probably my favorite out of the pins, or out of the six, the not 3 column, like the pins, or honestly, like I enjoyed the Genesis Driver ones too. I enjoy the 7 combination pin ones too. I enjoy this system too, even though it doesn't do as much. But I don't know. I think these ones are fun. So like this and the Beast Driver, I think are fun ones. But obviously, out of seamlessness, it'll have to go with NFC. But if it had to be like a gimmick item that had to utilize like push pins, or not push pins, but like had to like that still needed pins, definitely be the Ghost Driver ones. Yeah, of course they will. Despite the stuff they're doing with despite the stuff they did with Propulsion Rage, but I can't get this to work. So here we're gonna revolve on. We literally can't get this to work, but okay. Yeah, so it definitely looks a lot more yellower here, but that's just because StreamYard is like not taking the camera footage well, but it is gold. It is like a dark gold, but it's not yellow, to say at least. But again, to go back to this question too, I think another toy that I'm referring to that has like that 6-pin system is probably the Rube Gyro. Like, obviously, I prefer how the Ghost Driver handled it over how like the Seiza Blaster and the Rube Gyros handled it, because the issue is that the Rube Gyro and the Seiza Blaster wanted to do much more, but they had to compromise what they had to do. But if it was something like the Ghost Driver that actually planned out what it was going to do with like that entire layout, then I think it's fine. But anyways, all right. Stop using eagle screeches as foxes. Obviously, this side is just going to be the same. Why was that delayed? Bandai keeps using bird sounds and keeps substituting them as different animals. Or toy. I was going to do this. Okay, let's... Can this work? Okay, because now this is actually bad to the point where one of my... a specific rail... Okay. You really have to, like, play with it, but, like, the fact that Mark III doesn't even work... Mark III is starting to, like, wear out. Because again, for anyone wondering, I kind of do want to withhold my opinions on these two because you're getting the reviews for these things next week. So, but I guess if you want my quick opinion, that's why I'm trying to minimize what I show about these two, just because, you're going to see them next week anyway. But watch this tab. Be crushed. Actually, wait. Let me do the last sound. There. Yeah, the tab for this one is a lot more looser. But... there. So there goes Doom's Geats. We will prepare this one. So this one is definitely interesting. Hello, look who showed up here. So this one's interesting because this is the first. I talk about this in the review, and this is also the first Blu-ray that we're no. This is not the first Blu-ray we're covering on a stream because we did that with the Don Zenkai Blade. But the thing with this one, what the heck? Since when did you push it up to $2? You know, how much percent? I think 35 cents goes to YouTube. So I think I think it's 70 cents now. Sugoi Disney. So okay, I find this to be heavily disappointing, but I don't know why they changed this to just a DVD case. I think it's kind of lazy now because I shouldn't, but I still have it here. Here's the Revised Forward set. You can see it here. It's a Blu-ray case and such. Obviously, it's mainly just this box kind of compromising for this, but it's mainly just a Blu-ray case. Obviously, because of the nature of this item, obviously this had to accommodate for this, but I don't know why they had to make it a DVD case, because typically they do this with Sentai because they're lazy, but now they're doing it with Ryder, and it's kind of unfortunate. I didn't even think the Final Stage Show had this case, which obviously I didn't get the Final Stage Show set because I didn't want to have. I'm not bothering with the sound qualities. So that's the first Final Stage Show item that I'm skipping. But so we'll take a look at the so here's the paper or the insert for this. Okay, this is gonna be super difficult. But let's take a look at the DVD case with the glare accessory. So here's the spine with Buffa, Explosion Rage, and Doom's Geats. And then the back just shows you everything and such, or everything that happens. Oh, jeez. This is the stupid thing too. The inserts are clearly in the size for a Blu-ray, but obviously they don't accommodate for that. So they're just kind of thrown in. But here is the Blu-ray for Yamato Awakening, and cool for me, here we have the single that comes with no wonder why we doesn't feel like we don't have any light. But here is the single for Yamato Awakening. I don't know. I guess the single is titled Dangerously. I don't know why it's not Dangerously / Creators, but obviously we have Dangerously by Kuda Kumi. And creators from Prayers, which obviously are just Ace, Kawa, Neon, Michinaga, and Surumi together, and the instrumental tracks and such. So I'll get to the comment eventually. This is a Blu-ray warning thing. Oh, this is actually pretty neat. This is just traditional advertising and such. This is advertising for the current Blu-rays. So obviously this is the set we got. It tells us to get Fi's Paradise Regained, to get the Kaixaphone 20, and then tells us to get Volume 1 of Boom Boonger. Okay. And then there's the final stage show. Final stage tour for King Olger. It's not focused. This is the Gotchard special stage. Then here's Boom Boonger. Dawn Brothers versus Dawnberries. The re-release of Bioman. And then where? Okay. Cyborg 009. Futo Tante's OVA. I'm surprised they're actually advertising that. I thought this would have advertised the King Olger versus movies, because I was going to talk about those. Because I still have yet to pre-order a set. And I think at this point, I don't think I am. But I don't know. I feel obligated to do so. But I forgot. Okay, so basically, this is the crosstalk they typically include in these things. However, obviously, because Yamato Awakening actually is not purely focused on one centralized character, I think from here they actually interviewed the 4 main writers. So this is Ace's section. And this is, the Ace's section is from here to here, and then here we have Kawa from there. And this is a really nice picture. We have Nago, and then we have Buffa. So it's really cool they actually found a way to include all the writers, even though Ace is the only one you can clearly see. Everyone else is just blocked in text. But obviously we have Doom's Geats and Buffa Poison Rage right there. Okay, I apologize. I'll catch up with the comments. You guys have sucky opinions. Yeah, well, I'm kind of glad that they didn't make it so you had to get the DVD to get the gear, because there's 2 unreleased gears now because of that special. Oh, jeez. Okay. So I have to place this up here for now because I need to record this. I need to record this box for the review, but obviously for the sake of this, we will just cover it here and such, because I don't specifically need it sealed. But again, I like the box consistency. Oh, jeez. And this one actually has features that they didn't advertise to us for some reason. But okay. Bottom. Oh, jeez. Top side. So this is technically gonna be our last entirely new Geats item, just because, again, how greedy they've been with Geats. Okay. All right. As well, look at this. This is a lot more interestingly packed because this is packed entirely as opposed to how Bujin Sword was packed. This is packed as an entire unit. Wow. Oh wow. This thing's hefty. Or is it lighter? It feels lighter. Let me put these to the side. But yeah, this definitely feels. Oh, okay, this is definitely a mistake. But I got paint swash there, so I guess that's neat. But other than that, like, I thought this was weightier than Bujin Sword, but okay, we'll compare. No, okay, it definitely is heavier. It's heavier than Bujin Sword and such. Yeah, it's definitely heavier, but it's just because of this entire mechanism and such. Because Bujin Sword obviously just only has Bujin Sword's technically larger, but this one has a lot more going for it and such. If it has die cast, then it's gonna you can barely wear it then. Yeah, so it's standard. This is 077. It still has a spot for the QR code for Gombarizing. So I guess that's how early this was in the planning stages. And this is still 074. Oh jeez. But honestly, what the heck? This one. Honestly, I'm like watching videos on this thing. I actually kind of grew to like it because I genuinely didn't. I wasn't too big on this buckle initially, but it's actually kind of nice being wrong because we literally all assumed this was just a Bujin Sword retooling, but you can tell just looking at this entirely, this is an entire new product. Yes, it technically works like Bujin Sword because it splits up still, and it's just technically the same concept of, well, it's one big buckle and you split it into two, but it just does so much more things differently that I think it is justified as its own buckle, and that's really cool. So, and like, yes, it's technically because it's because Poison Rage was clearly supposed to be in the show, but they just didn't. So we'll pull that and such. And this one's actually really cool in terms of features. Obviously, this side doesn't do anything. I don't know. I feel like I don't know why it's this strong. I feel like this should be looser, but so that's typical. So like this one, surprisingly, they added a lot more sounds to, because that's only the first sound. And then this sound is cool. I didn't do it right. They have the splitting sound. Because they purposely made it so it was like a second later. Like, that's cool. Let me try doing that. Because basically, I kind of wish it was more friendly. Because obviously, the issue is that you're only given like a second, but that's just because of how Michinaga holds it. Because he pulls it up like that. And such. But the issue is that obviously, because of how the nature of this, you have to, like, you basically have to, like, quickly, you have to try to race with it, to try to put everything back in, and then split it in time, and such. But also the fact that, like, so, I'm sorry. It's literally just like Bujin Sword. You just need. It's just the buff. It's not Geats oneness. However, I can't believe we have to say this. This is the first for a DX raise buckle. Once we hold this down. This is the first DX race buckle to have phrases. For sure. And then... What the heck? Okay. I think I interrupted it initially, but yeah, you definitely need to push the buffer. You definitely need to push this. Oh, jeez. You definitely do need to, like, really push that back in and such. But, like, I didn't know how off-centered the claws were. That's actually kind of neat and such. But okay, I think I figured it out. You just need to lightly. You need to lightly. You just need to very lightly tap it. But, like, you need it, like, first of all, just hold this in, but then just do that. Okay. So that's tension. Jeez. Stop. Yeah, surprisingly, I feel like this sound actually sounds better in here as in the VSNX. Because in the VSNX, it sounded horrendous. I did not like how it sounded, but, like, here, on the other hand, it's actually pretty cool. On the other hand, this is a really cool. This is really nice. And I think this is, like, a really nice size factor and such. It doesn't feel as, like, doesn't feel too big like Bujin Sword, but it still feels like really hefty and such. And I think what most people have actually brought up, it is really interesting just how close this is to like the Yamato buckle in terms of like the black, or just like the detailing in the black and such. But other than that, I honestly kind of wish this thing had standbys. So like you turn it once for like a standby phase, and then you turn it to complete that. But then like, for the victory, you twist it, like you still like turn it once and then you turn it twice. Because like other than that, it kind of really doesn't do too much, which I think is kind of the unfortunate thing. I don't think we can do anything by... Yeah, you don't get anything for holding it. However, obviously, because we have phrase mode, so is it that, and then... Wait. I don't think that's it. Then we just split that like so, and then we transform like normal. There, we got... I really like how the henshin is like burned into the standby and such. And now... I really like that we have the return of phrases integrated in the finishers, because I think it hasn't been like that since 01, if I recall. Because the Revice, the Revice set were basically just standard Vice stamps, and like Arabia Night had like the quote unquote like memorial finisher, but it wasn't technically like, there was no phrases and such incorporated in it. It just reenacted how it was done in the VSNX, but there was no like phrases associated with it. Is it just that one phrase? Okay, yeah, so it is just that one phrase. And yeah, that does seem to be it. So you don't need to activate that phrase to get that. That's just automatic. But yeah, other than that, this is a really neat VSNX item. for sure. This one's actually really cool. This one luckily changed my mind on my hesitation of it. We basically just went through both buckles. That's what you missed, Tokopunk. We just finished covering through. We just finished covering through the 2 buckles and such. And I have to do this because someone asked about it. Someone asked this in the comments in the last video. Oops. Use the right 2. Someone wanted me to put. Someone wanted. I don't know in what way. Whoops. You and Zrykin are like the only 2 that didn't enjoy the Visa next. Well, I think Zrykin said it was okay. But like. Well, I mean, like, I mean, everyone's reasons of not liking the Visa next were weird because people were saying it's too ace-centric. No, it's not. He's not even in the majority of the Visa next. So at least you and Zrykin are not like that. Like, someone just wanted to see. Someone wanted this. I don't know if they wanted, like. I don't know if they wanted it like this. Or just as Mark III. I don't know. They just said they wanted to see Dooms, Geats, and Bujin together. So if you ever do watch this stream, here's your request fulfilled. Because again, I don't do this in the demos. I don't do this for the videos, but yeah, honestly, like I genuinely do. Playing with Potion Rage is actually a lot more fun. Oh, jeez. I'm actually surprised Potion Rage doesn't have this to it. But, like, yeah, I generally like that it's not a retooling and such. And plus, this one still brings in something new to the race buckles because this one actually covers the core ID fully. As you can see, it covers it. And also, it basically is kind of similar to Monster, of where they take orange and put it over on top of a rainbow LED. Somehow Belroba returned. I mean, like, what I find weird is that out of all the supporters, how come Belroba gets to be the one that still is alive? Because how come Jean gets to die? And, like, technically, Keikoro and Kyun were not shown, so I guess we're supposed to assume they're alive. But, like, the fact that the only supporter that is, like, actually officially dead is now Jean. Like... Buffa doesn't even have a theme, unless you're talking about Undead Fire. Why? They haven't even played those songs at all. And plus, they know Sakamoto knows how popular Chair is, so of course that he would request that. Gene is dead. He's dead. Gene got killed in the Gazer special. He was the first one to get killed. I wouldn't say it's lazy. They just did it because they know how popular Chair is. He got revived and then immediately got killed. And I think this is just for me, just skimming through the special, but because obviously I'm still very behind. I obviously this is from someone that hasn't watched Geats, so you're still like Togapunk. You're still technically correct, but I mean, like I think people are at least saying this is like his like out of like the three VSNXs this writer has written, his Geats one is probably the best one because no one liked. I mean, I think it's kind of the same results that people had with another ending. But like, obviously, no one liked the 0-1 ones for some reason. I mean, like, I'm still gonna. You still have to watch everything because of the crossovers and such. Like, you can't just. The internet cut off for some reason. But okay, it's back. I'm sorry if things cut off. I mean, I thought the another trilogy for X8 was fine. Because I think that was the last VSN X series I've watched. I technically watched Build New World Cross, but I I need to rewatch it on my own because I only watched it from afar. And I technically have watched it, but I need to like just rewatch it again. Especially because of the fact I have Muscle Galaxy and Grease Perfect Kingdom. I definitely do need to finish up the build ones and such. In terms of Rayla or in terms of what that writer has put out? Because everyone will say that the 0-1 ones are bad, but honestly, suck it up. It's like I feel like that's my opinion on the 0-1 others. Who cares if your favorite characters die? It's like obviously I guess it makes sense of whether or not the character deaths actually meant something or if they were meaningful and such, but like as of now it's just like, oh well, characters died. What is going on with this? Do not say don't bother because I'm going to watch everything no matter what just because like why wouldn't you? And just because you don't think so doesn't mean I'm not gonna think or I'm gonna think the same thing. We can't be in that toxic hive mind. Tiger Rider, her name's Valkyrie, and several tigers the form. She's not a tiger, she's a cheetah. Out of the trilogy, personally, I enjoyed. I was surprised with how much I enjoyed Paradox with Poppy because I was actually expecting. I was expecting the uh I was expecting the least out of that one. Just because I was kind of worried with where they were gonna go with it. Because I was really excited for Brave and Snipe. But then that one was pure filler. The only relevance of that one is that they acknowledge the Paradox hyper battle video. That's really the only thing about that one. But surprisingly, with Paradox with Poppy, there was actually things going. Like there was actually like interesting like things they brought up with it. And it was just like, you know what? This one's actually pretty neat. um I don't remember who my favorite character was in Xaid. I feel like I didn't really have a favorite character in Xaid because I just liked in Xaid of I think my favorite thing of Xaid was just M basically having a moment with each character for the most part and such. Like for example, like early on or like I wouldn't can I say early on? I don't know. Like, at least in the 20s or so, we had, like, moments of, like, M and Taiga having to, like, work together and such. And then, like, obviously we have, I think my favorite moments of the show definitely were when, like, you had Xaid paired up with one of the other writers. I can't recall the Snipe one, but I know it happened. But, like, I generally did, like, the moments of when, like, you saw Xaid and Gem team up, Xaid and Brave team up, and then Xaid and Paradox teaming up. X8 and Poppy technically never happened, but like I generally I like those moments and such. But like I think like I don't know. The thing is that X8 as a show, I think was fine. I think it's like the side media or when you look at the media released for like X8 in that year, I think X8 is a solid series. It's just outside of that, X8 becomes redundant because everything becomes oh, Dan Kuroto. Insert Dan Kuroto in X situation or X scenario. And it's just, that's where it becomes kind of redundant. Because it's like, now it just kind of doesn't even follow what like X8 was about. This is Vulcan and Valkyrie. I'll get to this question. um, yeah, of course you did. Sasha is a 01 character. She's not an X8 character, Mega Dog. Again, with 01, I've only watched up to the first arc at the time and such because this was at the end. By the end of 2020, I finally caught up with 01. And then like I finally watched like that quarter of 01. No, it wasn't by the end of 2020. It was like in the March. It was in March. Or April or so. But yeah, like I don't know, cause I generally don't know who my favorite character out of Xaid was. I think like because I know back then I jokingly said it was Nico, but I don't know why. Because like I don't know. Like now I think about it now, it's like Nico is kind of an alright character. Oh yeah, okay. I actually had a reason why I didn't like Brave and Snipe. Like Brave and Snipe, I just felt like it was a lot of character assassination towards like especially towards Taiga and Nico's relationship. Like the fact they just like they destroyed everything that like happened in like the development those two had, all because Taiga was jealous that like Nico had a friend, and like Nico being childish was like, oh okay then like we're just gonna forget about all this then, and then it's just like what? And then like Hero's story is just kind of well, I mean, his story was basically the main thing. It just happened that Taiga got involved. That's why I didn't like Brave and Snipe. I just didn't like how like I didn't like the character assassinations they did. And like Gem versus Laser, I mean, it would have been a fine conclusion to the like I mean, Gem versus Laser is a fine conclusion to the series as a whole. But you have to also keep in mind that the novel is technically the conclusion, the entire conclusion. Also, wasn't there a time skip for another trilogy? Like, what was the time skip? Because I just remembered there was a time skip. Because I'm curious of how that time skip, how they accommodated that time skip for future stuff. Then, like for example, if it was like a time skip between like 2 years, then that means that stuff had to happen before Geo. But all right, I'm I'm still gonna wait. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. Okay, like obviously, like again, like what I said before, the another trilogy is the only like V Next. Yeah, those ones were V X's, I think, or V Cinema slash V X's that I can actually truly talk about. Just because, like, again, I technically have watched Build New World. I technically watched the Cross V Next, but I would rather rewatch that. I still need to watch the build ones, and like I need to watch it from building on, and obviously with all the other ones, like I need to actually watch the series. But yeah, so according or to answer this question of whether or not I'm going to buy into Gov, because it's supposed to be pronounced Gov and not Gav, because obviously it's a play on Gabu and such. So it's just more accurate to pronounce it as Gav. As a like the closest pronunciation is Gav and not so then you don't have to keep going like commoner to Gavu and such. But but no. um like obviously my plan initially was that it was Geats was supposed to be the last Ryder series we would have covered just because obviously the thing of like, well, obviously it would just be a lot more convenient if we started cutting down on like toy lines and such. And for me personally, it was like, like I genuinely just would like to sit back on a writer series, but then Draken really was adamant about wanting to do Gotchard, and because he wanted something to like kick off his streams, even though he did not want to like be quote unquote posed as like a he didn't want to like even though he wanted to do Gotchard, but he didn't want to do it for the sake of like running on the trends and such. All because when he got the Gotchard driver and like the phase boxes and such, he didn't want to do them immediately because he didn't want to be seen. He didn't want to do it for the sake of like going on the trends and such. But like basically, I don't like so like I didn't mind Draken doing Gotchard because like he asked me about it and I just immediately was like, no, I'm not gonna buy into this line. But then I don't know like I guess basically gotcha tuber. Oh my gotcha. But basically, um I think well like obviously with Gov, I'll just say right now, I think the only thing I'm interested in collecting are the Kamen Rider action figure series figures for it because I'm interested in those. Even though we're probably only going to get 3 of them. We only know about 3 of them. But like I don't know. Like I'll get the figures just because I think they're interesting. Okay. Lee, no. I expected better from you, Lee. I mean, okay, we'll get into this later, but so I don't have plans on collecting Gov. It seems like Zriken is also not like going to. I don't know. Like I think Zriken needs to or Zriken needs to talk about this in his perspective. But from what I'm kind of getting, it just seems like I don't. It just seems like he just felt guilty about the fact that he collected Gotchard, quote unquote, without my permission, which I feel is really weird because like what I think what most people were saying, it's his money, so of course it's fine for him to do that. But like I don't know, like Draken just felt like I just thought it was kind of weird. Like Dragon just felt this like heavy guilt about the fact that he was collecting Gotchard and such, and that like he felt like that he I was being forced to like cover Gotchard on my channel now because he was collecting it. It's like no, that's not the case. It was just literally like, oh, if you're collecting Gotchard, then like yeah, sure, like it'll cover like I might as well cover this stuff because at least cover a month. But like like I explained this, but like basically, um, what is this? I guess we will I mean, okay, let's just be blatant. People like her because she's cute. Like that, just base value. Like nothing in depth. They're just like, um, wow, a cute girl that can like step on me. Heck yeah, sign me up. That's how people are. I mean, I can't be a saving grace about that too because I like Tsukiyomi because she's a bad character. But I'll keep this question up just because I need to answer it. But jeez, Toku Punk, have fun. Oh my gosh! Like in what ways of depth? Okay. But like, cause I mean, I wanted to get into this in the last stream, which is why I asked you guys about like how you guys thought of Zriken's reviews on Gotchard. Because I think if you could tell, like if you couldn't tell, like obviously, but like the only reason why I asked for feedback was just because like originally I had the intention on doing reviews for Gotchard, but because of Zriken's unboxing stream on his Gotchard relay, of just the fact that like again he felt like immediate like he just felt bad that he didn't quote unquote cover everything correctly and such. and like I didn't want him to feel bad about like not base because like I don't know why I can't blame him just because of how we have done the vision driver and the zillion driver stuff. But the only reason why I told him what to do exactly in those streams was because I was on my channel. But obviously, the gotcha stuff is on his channel, so it's just like I don't know why you're asking me everything and what to do and such, especially if your friends and the viewers don't care. But so basically, it's just like I proposed to Draken like, do you want to be the one to do the gotcha reviews then? If like, do you want to do them then? If like you basically are carrying this entire guilt of have me doing them, and like he did agree to it, so it's just like okay. And like I was just kind of fearing that like the reception on those videos wouldn't be as well, but at the same time it does showcase that people don't care of basically who's behind the camera, and that they only care that the project is being covered and such. So it's kind of like a dull edge sort of like, well, at least it shows that people do are willing to actually watch something of Striken. So like that's good. But what is this? Ooh, a scam text. I'm in debt. I'll save it for now. Obviously, I'll get rid of it, but ooh, a scam text. But basically, like, what I'm trying to get is that I think because like I thought Zrykin was gonna at least buy into the Sotos, but even he's not gonna partake in the Gov Sotos. But I hope it's not because of the fact he feels the guilt of him basically solely buying these into these lines as opposed to me, because like obviously like I've been as I've been saying a lot, like I've been cutting back. You can tell I've been cutting back on like what I get specifically and such. But like, which obviously I don't think is a bad thing and such, especially with what I have in mind for like later stuff. But like, I like again, maybe he'll put his side because that's why I don't want to speak too much about it. But like, obviously, like Draken will still continue doing the gotcha reviews, obviously, because like we've already put that up and such. So, but like, yeah, like just genuinely like Gov, like we just need to have like we just need the one series that we can just genuinely just like not buy into for the sake of our like just for the sake of ourselves and such, just because it's like, and I think it's also just because Zrykin just is can't like Zrykin is just very overwhelmed with how much things he has to track down for Gotchard, even though it's like we've been doing it for years. I think it's just because of it's him, even though it's still the same process of me basically having to find them for him. Like he still finds it just to be a very daunting task. The goat cheeses are all right. I think they're all right for the most part and such. But like again, I think I've said it before. The only aspect I like about the of what we've been shown is the Legend Rider aspect, because I think what they're doing with those is pretty interesting. And like obviously, like I'm really interested to see how the pin system for the Gochizos work with Gov and such. Like I'm really intrigued that it is a new pin system and such. Obviously, sadly, I won't be able to experience it myself. But okay, Toku Punk. I mean, yeah, we will get it eventually because the Vision driver, Premium DX Vision driver, and the Jamato buckles were um announced, not announced, but they were listed at the same time. Yeah, like because again, like that's like I think the most interesting thing because like I'm just interested to see how much because I think there's people that are already trying to track it or like, excuse me, crack down the pin system. Or like crack down the how that circuitry works and such. Which I'll be impressed to see whenever I mean I think it's definitely going to be later. We're definitely not going to get a full list until like at best maybe November. I don't know. I don't I don't know where people have this worry from. I get it. Like content I get it's just basically like a cartridge and such. Like I get that people have that fear or like why people have that fear, but like honestly I think we should just wait. I think we should wait and see because going off of like again like what Takara Tomy has done with Earth Grander, because that was basically the same system. And plus, again, Bandai has used this system before, but it was like it was for Meb use and such. And I don't know how what people were saying about those things and such. But honestly, I think we should be fine. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say a scam, but it's like it's price gouging, or it's like it's just this like I don't know. I feel like the premium DX line for Geats has just not really been that impressive. Cause like I'm still like I technically still have to get at least the main buckles, but like I said before, I'm not gonna bother with power up buckles just because that's where I feel like it's kind of pushing it. But like I think it's um because like at least the like Magnum Boost, technically Ninja, and Zombie and like Monster, at least those ones are modified. Like I'll get the modified buckles, but I won't get buckles that were immediately already have sounds into it besides beat. But like I won't get power up ones because it's not worth it. Again, like yeah, I mean I guess it basically is like basically I don't know. Like, I wish they did more things like the Shinobi Rays buckle and such because like the thing is that the only reason why they're named Premium DX is because it's basically the closest thing to not just straight up say they're CSMs. Even though they're like basically somewhat close to CSMs, but they can't be CSMs. That's why they have to call it Premium DX. I'm sorry for not saying anything. Sure. Yeah. Lee brings up a good point though. This is actually a good thing. This is actually the good thing about the premium DX stuff. It's actually making the prices for the DX stuff cheaper, which means you don't have to which gives a lot more opportunities to people. I haven't checked aftermarket prices, but okay, well, I know for sure technically it's only the Laser Rays Riser I think that's still pretty high just because of the abomination that is the premium DX version. I still surprisingly the replacement module is like only $17, which is pretty cheap. But I mean, I luckily got mine for like $30, but I still haven't opened it yet because I still need to find that replacement module. Megadong, you brought up a good question. I'll get to it later. um, yeah, so this is definitely the good thing of the premium DX releases and such. It makes the DX releases a lot more cheaper to obtain and such because I assume things like because again, the whole idea is that well, everyone's going to flock over to buying the premium DX versions, to which most likely those people will be selling their DX counterpart market will go back to its market price of $40, to which is pretty good for those people that don't want to deal with those very nefarious features and such. Okay. Okay, so we'll get to this and then we'll get to the question that Malaika brought up before because I kind of want to talk about that too. So, okay, this is basically kind of big. This is kind of basically. I originally was going to hold off this announcement until the next stream, I think. But the plans is that Arc will be the last new toy line we'll cover. Hopefully. Because we're really I'm gonna really try my best to like hold out or hold off or like, not hold off. We're gonna try not to buy into new. We're gonna try not to buy into toy lines, or like we're not gonna try to buy into like new toy lines after Arc. And the only exception will be Sentai 50, the 50th anniversary of Sentai. That's the only exception. But we're gonna try our best to no longer buy into new like future toy lines and such. Arc and like obviously Ultraman always gets the exception just because it's Ultraman. But like I already know that Arc's not gonna do well, but like might as well. I think the Arc cubes are neat and such. So you two have fun fighting. But yeah, basically again, there's a lot of things that need obviously next year's video plans will get announced by the end of the year. I'm not going to say anything about next year's plans. I'm just going to have to say the same thing of just be ready to be disappointed by next year. uh but basically yeah, I think that's all I can really say about that. Like that don't expect new obviously Gav isn't going to be covered. Sentai 49 likely won't be covered unless we actually get more of that. But which will mean Arc is going to be the last series that we will cover. Arc will be the last new toy line we will be covering on the channel. I think in the meantime. Sorry for wording that as like in depth, like as like definitely, but other than that, will I cover the Lur Seraphim comeback? Megadong, you have Anthony for that. I don't. Also, like, aren't we supposed to? I mean, we're technically supposed to boycott Hybe stuff, technically. So I don't follow with Seraphim, but I know Anthony does. So because I see him retweet a bunch of hourly uh I see him retweet tweets from the hourly accounts from like I think Chewon Chewon so it's just like no. I again like what I said, Ultraman always gets the exception, but technically it's like technically no, we shouldn't. Just because again with an Ultraman toy line, you basically are buying the same toy line. So they're technically we're not technically missing much. It's just going to be here's everything from the X divisor since the it's going to be a decade since they've been carrying those sounds. I just realized that. Like Megadong, if you couldn't tell. I mean, sadly, I'm mainly an SM follower, but I don't fall like I'm still very under educated about fourth and fifth gen K-pop groups. Like I mean, I at least can tell them apart and such, but I'm still mostly like second and third gen. But speaking of that, let's transition to the unboxing spectacular because we've been meaning to do that. So, I think that's everything I wanted to kind of bring up right now. I know it's a bombshell to say that Arc is going to be the last series that we're covering, but it. I mean, I'm in the process of trying to get Arc stuff because right now I only have two things for it. Because the first thing I got was the is this Tovi Maga version of the Arc Cube of him with the Arc Eye Ultra Arc the Arc Eye sword. And then in an attempt to get the new generation cube, I do have the Arc Ariser, but obviously HLJ failed us and did not give us the cube. So I already got that off of buy. So that will be next month. We will open Arc stuff next month. I'm technically also supposed to have Candy Toy Set 1 of the Arc Cubes, but apparently to Zreiken, Toe Collectibles hasn't sent him an invoice about it, despite the fact that we pre-ordered it. So I asked Long's Toys about it because I remember on Geek Each Week he mentioned it. And then like in his current live stream, like I asked him about it just to like double check, and like he said he got it like within a week. So it's just like, what the heck? Also, I want to bring this up. You probably can't see it, but like I really do like the sparkliness they added to the black. It's at least different. Yeah, it's actually a really nice sparkle. That's not a rumor, it's confirmed. Like the sound has already been put out, and plus that was through the toy listing, so it's not a rumor, it's confirmed. But anyways, this item was supposed to be in the last stream. This was the last thing that was supposed to be in the last unboxing spectacular. But the thing is that I would have waited. I technically could have waited a day for this to come in. But then because like I thought this was gonna come into the warehouse by like the 21st, but it came in by the 20th. But at that point, it was like, shoot, we already shipped out the box, so I would have had Draken ship this out immediately, but then I couldn't. So here's a UPS thing. I can't flip it around. So it's interesting to see a buy thing in this, but this is a Rakuten order. As you can see from here. I thought this said Ultra Woman. I was gonna say. Does it? Oh yeah. The black does hide the screws, I guess. But this is a Rakuten order of something that should have arrived. Like this, okay. Admittedly, I pre-ordered this out of obligation because of the nature of this series. Because I was really on the fence about getting this, because I was like, do I really want to? But it was just like, for the sake of being complete, we got it. This is, oh geez, what is this? Okay, so we got this. We got a bunch of coupons for Rakuten and such. This is the, as we flip this around, this is the first Japanese single for aespa, Hot Mess. Yeah. How do I take this out? Because the only reason why I came to the conclusion of getting this was because Zreiken was looking on Rakuten, and that's where he got. Zreiken was looking on Rakuten, and then I was thinking, wait, could I potentially get the sequence version of Winter's sequence version? I had no luck because the only versions they had were Giselle and Ning Ning. But I remembered that there was I didn't know it was a pre-order because I thought this was released already. But I was like, wait, I can get these things and such. However, because I pre-ordered off of Rakuten, that meant I got the pre-order bonus cards. I'm surprised it came in like this. Like, this is actually kind of neat. But yeah, so for this release, they had a store-specific pre-order release. Like 8 of them. So I'm like, I don't care which one it is. Rakuten was the only one I was able to get. So focus. There's Karina. And these ones are like actual like photo cards. Unlike what Avex does. Giselle. Winter. And Ning Ning. I kind of wish, like, the only thing that bothers me about this set is that, like, so these 3 are consistent, but not Winter. Winter's from a different photo set. So that's kind of bothersome, but there, I got the pre-order bonus cards. Megadong, you want everything for your collection. So basically what we have here is, if I remember, this is I think they just call this the CD version. No, they call this the hot mess version because it's just a standard CD case. To which I thought was just going to be what it was originally going to be. But then somehow the poster version sprinkled in. Why? But obviously, I think the more traditional version is what they call the limited edition version, which is just a photo book. So, yeah. Guess what we're spending the next 30 minutes on? Time is it? Almost 7. Okay. I need to jump some. So, oops. We will go through the hot mess version first. Basically, I think I ultimately just decided to do this as first of all, it's because it was only these 2 items, so it's like might as well tack on a spectacular. And because this was coming in, it was like might as well just cover this alongside because we did that with Bloom. So this is one of those where you have to do. I guess they all do it from the bottom. I don't have nails anymore, so it's a lot more difficult to try to. Jeez, oh my phone. Oh, whoops, this is Poison Rage's pull tab. Whoops. Yeah, this one sits in very deeply. Oops. Oops. Pull up my sleeves, it's getting warm, but where can I can I please pull this? Okay, it does say nice. Okay. I was gonna say, why are you saying niece? Come on. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, we're barely getting there. This is not good. Why is this difficult? Like I've dealt with this before. Why can't I do it now? It's like folded in. But I think it's just because I don't have nails. So let's. Plus, because most of the Japanese releases, obviously, I've been getting are from Avex. So this is the first I've gotten from a different record label. So this one's from Warner Music. Okay. So obviously, because it's a Japanese release, we keep the sticker. So here's the Obi. No. I mean, like, I guess the aesthetic is pretty nice. I was kind of iffy on it, but So here we are. We'll have Zriken do that then. We're not having that stuff on here. Oh jeez. I think I remember seeing the teaser images for these, but I mean that's cool how these blended. But here we have the CD. It's just a bag. Oh jeez, I touched it. Who else is under Warner? Like, is aespa the first SM group to be under Warner Music? I don't remember. But okay, let's pocket my card. I'm pocketing my card away. So, but, yeah, it's pretty interesting. So this is a code. I don't know what this code is for. Is this for the fan sign? I don't know. Use it if you want, I guess. I don't know what you would use it for, but so I think these are. I mean, most of these pictures are from the music video, but like, I'm surprised of how much pictures came from this concept. However, this song isn't good. This song is not. I'm not too big on this song. If you can barely see, as you can see, this song is like 80% English and like 20% Japanese, to which I typically don't have an issue with it. But like at the same time, I don't know. It feels underwhelming of a debut. Personally. Okay. There's Ning Ning. Here's Giselle, but I never heard this song. They put out a visualizer a few days ago, but yeah. Just looking at these lyrics, I don't know. It's kind of disappointing to just look through these because it's like, why? Like, look at this. There's like, that's like, this is 90% English and 10% Japanese. I typically don't have this issue. Of course you do, Megadong. Because okay, so Zoom Zoom is apparently Zoom Zoom's the ending for Beyblade X. I don't know if it credits it under that, because apparently Back On was, I think Back On also participated in this. I don't remember. I don't see any acknowledgement of Beyblade X. The only closest thing I see is Extreme. But yeah, if you're a fan of Beyblade X, sure. But then we have this collage. So, you know, that's not too bad. Like, I mean, I've listened to Hot Mess like on repeat just to like really get my feelings about it, and it's just kind of, I think it's too safe of a song. So there's the sticker, which means we have to reveal our card. To which I'll just start putting this away because obviously I leave the cards out. Oh jeez. Oh god, why? Why do this? Why? This was supposed to be a support. Why are you doing this? You're supposed to support. You use this to anchor this in like that. There. Now we put it back in. Oh, all right. So our photo card for this version is, oh my gosh, it's Ning Ning. Wow. I pulled Ning Ning. Wait. Wow. Don't you like the variety? All right. Poster version. You finally get to see how dumb these versions are. I can't believe they did this for this. Unless, yeah, it seems the same. So let me try to not spoil my card. I think I might have. So, all right. So here's the poster version. All you have to do is just there. This is the bottom. Oh my gosh. Okay. What the? Wait. Yeah. So you just spread this out like so. I can't fold this out. Okay. So. I think we're already zoomed out. So yeah, this is the best way I can show this. It's just, I mean, it feels a lot more higher quality than what SM does, so that's weird. But the back, wait, why is this just Karina? Don't tell me you have to get this 4 times. I'm not going to, but the poster versions are randomized? Oh my gosh. I thought this was just a group one. These things are randomized? What the heck? Because I saw Karina's face and I was like, why is it just Karina? Okay, so right, Warner Music, you changed the formula, so you randomized the member? What the heck? Actually, okay, yeah, we'll take these two. Because what SM would do is that what SM does is that they make it obvious what member you're getting. Like again, this Wendy one. Like, okay, like first of all, I'll at least give Warner Music this. They packed the CD more. They actually packed the CD as opposed to what SM does, of where it's just sitting in here for some reason. And I think the CD is supposed to be what the, I don't know. Like the CD and all the inclusions are just like together for some reason. But like, like SM at least makes it obvious that it's like just the one member. And such. Like, again, I still don't like these versions, but like, this is a weird smell, but it's at least more confidently put together. As I struggle putting all these things back in. Because again, I think I don't know if it's supposed to just be the front. I mean, I don't think it's the front. I think you're supposed to put all these back here in this flap. I don't know. That's why I just keep these separated. I don't like putting these things back in. It's atrocious. Like, I mean, it's like, again, I'm not a. Oh, I'll put these back. I'm not upset that I got Karina. Obviously, I'm not, but it's just like, why would you not make it obvious? Like, why would you randomize this? Like, why is this technically the member version? That's weird. Now I need to remember how this was put in. Was it really just through here? Why would you do that? And I guess all of them come with this hot mess sticker, but yeah, again, like at least, oh my gosh, this is so much better packaging. They actually take care of the CD. Oh my gosh. It's a different bag design at least, so that's cool. Like, I just didn't know the poster versions were member specific. I just can't. I just don't know how to organize this. Yeah, I don't know how to organize that. Is this correct? I don't know. Why is there air now? But okay, so our photo card this time around is also Karina. Is that a coincidence or is it guaranteed? Okay. I just find it funny. It's either always Ning Ning or Korean Apple. But last but not least is the limited edition version, which is just jeez, what the heck? Which is just the photo book. So let's try not to spoil who our card is. Oh my gosh. I literally almost peeked at my card because I scratched it on the cord. It has to be because I was like, oh shoot, I scratched the card, but I'm like, wait, I can't look at it. Okay, so okay, this is the front. Wait, what the heck? Wait. What is this? Why would you do this? Why would you? Is this glued? Why would you glue this on? What? That's bad. What the heck? It's at least a different bag design, but oh my gosh, this is horrible. Okay, let's try to smoothly go through this. So, oh, jeez, it's very purple. The colors are getting washed out. Okay, so this photo book has the airport pictures, which are pretty interesting. But again, I'm surprised of how much they went out with this debut. Also, I think would have been cool as inclusions is the passport cards. Or no, they're called hotness passes. Because these pictures are the supernova or the super beam teaser images. Yeah. I don't know if these are like I don't know if any of these pictures are exclusive to here. Giselle was blocked. Or if they're all just I'm pretty sure I've never seen this one. Yeah, so it's basically in a similar layout. So this is at least consistent, but I mean, I guess I at least appreciate that each version has its own set of pictures, but then the poster version's a mix of the two. Again, I don't get why they make the photo books limited edition because obviously people want traditional photo books. I don't know anyone that just wants the standard case. But obviously people are getting it because the card. That's a Care Bear, right? But basically the only thing I've known about these pictures is just what everyone's been saying about them or what everyone says about them. See, like, okay, I'll give them this. Look at this. Look at this design. It's not just a blank. It's not blankness. SM, take cues on this. The background actually being filled. Like, wow. Look at this. Yeah, I thought these pictures would have been more prominent. It was this picture I saw. um, yeah, this is a hard drive. Why would you need a hard drive? Like, I mean, I guess I get it. Oh, those sparks. What is this? Oh, okay, I guess this is a common thing Essen's been doing of just like the graded card and such. Yeah, sure. You can try searching there, I guess. I think there's better things to get off of Timu than this. Yeah, look at the sparks. Yeah, this is a nice set of pictures. Oh, wait, what the heck? Karina's wearing a Gundam Seed shirt. Why didn't I see that? Yeah, that's seed. How did I not see that? That was not intentional. Of a pun. Wow. What was I thinking? All the Gundam references in this debut. Oh yeah, this picture too. Let me. And then the credits. All right, so again, we got another code. We have a sticker yet again, but this time we got a poster. Wait, what? Wait, is this one giant poster? Oh my gosh. Because I was like, this is no way. There's a unit poster, but it's whatever. It's can you see that? It's that. And then the photo card. Do people genuinely like Seed? I've only heard bad things about it. Or like the only thing I know about Seed is that Zrykin has a huge disdain towards it. Is my photo card okay? No, it's not okay. Photo card is Karina yet again. I accidentally rubbed the bottom of it on the HDMI cord. But yeah, here is Karina. Well, I just know Seed is the Deno of the franchise. Yeah, so it's all the same signatures and such. So I don't know. Ironically, like I could technically complete Karina. I can technically complete her. But I find it so funny because like I realized, oh jeez, it's my oldest sister's favorite is Karina, and yet I'm the one pulling Karina stuff. And I'll do it for fun. I'll look at a template just to see what is technically. I don't think I will. I I'm definitely not. I'm definitely will not complete this set. I don't know. Maybe I'll complete Karina's set because I'm literally only one card off. Like, what kind of like? What is this? But let's take a look on. Let's take a look on Google because the thing is that I kept seeing listings on these things and such, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. Did someone do a template? That's an eBay template, but we'll use it. No, actually, wait. Can we just tab copy and paste there. Okay, so here's what we have. Oh, whoops. What's that? No. So this is 10. So there's like 12 cards basically, and I somehow pulled like 2/3 Karina. Giselle and like I don't know. Winter just I'm just very unlucky with Winter. That's why I'm hoping that. Like at this point, I either only pull Karina or Ning Ning, and then maybe Giselle. But that's why I'm hoping with. Like, jeez. Between all of these Armageddon albums, I'm one of these has to be Winter, right? One of these has got to be a Winter card somewhere. I still need to get 2 more versions. No, you don't. But basically, yeah. So basically, these are all, not these are all, but like, just looking at this is just like 2/3 of Ning Ning's cards are like the same photo shoot. So it's like I don't mind only having the one. If I had to get a Winter card, I probably would have wanted that one. And like that Giselle card's neat. But yeah, that is that those were our polls. We somehow got Karina's poster version. I don't know if I don't know if the poster versions are guaranteed of like, oh, if you got this member as the poster, then you get their card. I don't maybe Warner Music is that more generous than SM because SM obviously would just do the oh hey, despite you getting this member, we're going to give you a different member. Maybe. I'm going to look quickly. Oops. This is not it. Here, we'll look at this card and then we'll go on from there. What are these? What the heck? Unused? What do you mean? I forgot Armageddon had European exclusive cards. What the heck? Hot Nass? No. I forgot about the unit cards. But that's because I didn't get it from Warner Music. Where did this bookmark come from? So, like, again, for example, if I wanted to for some reason, like, this card right here is, jeez, that card right there is only like $2.62. But, like, do I really want to? No. How I wonder how much these Rakuten ones are. Can I see? I want to see because obviously the base cards are not that expensive, but then like cards like this, cards like this are $63, which is not worth it. Like especially for a pre-order bonus. No, where's your proof, Megadong? Where's your proof? Show us your proof. HMV? How come HMV is 17? That's not even all of them. Where did this bookmark come from? Is this bookmark also a pre-order bonus? I'm not. I'm not doing this. I'm happy with what I have. I just want to see how much these Rakuten cards are. Okay, yeah, so these cards are literally no, not cards, but like these poster versions literally are randomized. How like so what you basically so I think from what I'm getting is that the card is basically guaranteed with what version you get. So like obviously I got basically because I got Karina's version of the poster version, I got Karina's card. I think that's how it basically is. Does it say which version? No. The closest, yeah, it doesn't specify. It just says like there's 4 versions, but you only get one. So yeah, that's basically that. Yeah, what Discord? What are you talking about, Megadon? Come on, just show up. What the heck are these prices? This is not even what I want. Wait, what the heck? Wait, I can't. What is this justification? So look at this. So the one Soul Karina card I need left technically goes if it wants to load. Select an option. Well, load. Why aren't these okay? Something's up. Why are you not loading? Where is my page? Okay. just want to see how much people are putting these cards for, because I'm always curious with how card prices are. Okay. Well, this is still pretty polarizing. It just won't load. Okay, this one's justifiable. All right. I was basically just trying to show that. Okay, that one loaded, but okay. So I was basically just trying to show how like this card itself, the original listing I found was like $7, but then this other listing that won't load that came with two of them was cheaper. What now? Is that the thing he bought in that stream? Because I only watched. I only joined in when like you guys are forcing him to try to buy like something waifu related or something. I think you and Togupunk were egging him on or something. Like that's the only thing I recall from that stream. I didn't get to see what he actually got. Let me stop that for now. The internet's cutting out. It was the like live shopping, or not the live shopping, the live toy hunt. Oh wow. I don't know why it's so hard to find these specific cards. But what was I gonna show? I was trying to show some. Oh, this is this is interesting. Togupunk, it was only like a few days ago. It was like Sunday. I think it was Sunday. Or Tuesday. But like, I need to show this listing. What the heck? Wait, no. To whoever is interested. What the heck? No, it was Anthony's stream. You two were temporary, or I mean, you're still blocked from Zyken's channel, and Megadong for some reason got blocked for like half a year. Or Megadong has been blocked. But look at how much a steal this set is. 6 unit cards for $17 for things that like one of these cards would have only just been 17. That lot is getting bought out immediately by someone. I think I already highlighted that. I just want to see how expensive, or I want to see the price of these pre-order cards, but like I'm not finding them anywhere. Yeah, like cuz like the ones I just found like this listing right now, they're like $28 a piece. It's not worth it. Who justifies these prices? It's nonsense. Megadong, I generally don't know how you ended up in that situation. I would elaborate more, but I can't. Did I find them? No, that's not it. Okay. We're just gonna type it because I I need to end this soon. That is what Rakuten. No, not Taken, Rakuten. What? Okay, they must have been sold. Okay, let's go through sold listings then. Oh my gosh. Wait, is this what we got? Yeah. Okay. All right. That's steep. So someone got it for $30. So I don't see it, but they did. Zeal Geo is also not really a good person to begin with, so. And plus, that's not why Dragon blocked you. He just doesn't like your opinions. He doesn't like how you express your opinions. Who is this in regards to? But the cheapest price I see this go for is $23. So like yeah, because okay, so this is a spoiler for something, but I'm gonna make a video about these kind of cards, and I think it's pretty obvious as to what format that video is gonna be in and such. I basically decided on doing the video because of this, because at this point now I have what this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That doesn't. I thought it was 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Huh, I guess it was that short then. But basically, like, I went from not having any POVs to having 11. So I went from having no pre-order bonus cards. No, I have 5 more. I previously only had 5 cards because of my season screen. But I basically went from just having those to like now having like almost 20. So it's just like I think that's a fun video idea. I've seen the stuff I like I barely have seen his stuff, but then like I've seen the stuff that what like I mean again, I don't think he's a genuinely good person from what I've seen. Like just trying to start beef with like others for no reason and such. I don't really stand by that. So I guess I can see where you're getting your perspectives from, and that's not good. Japanime, man, what are you guys going living off of? Like I tried to enjoy Japanime's content, but then I just couldn't. Like yeah, I watched him, but it was more like it was real. It was literally one. Oh my god, this is funny. This seller for this card is also selling. Is also selling this. A $12 postcard of Kaguya and Spanner. Because like I used to enjoy Japanime just because of his unboxing content, but like after that, like I genuinely just wasn't. I think he's the reason why I don't like watching people's episode reviews, just because like I don't know, it wasn't really anything like constructive, I guess. It was just like constant bashing, and it's like, well, can you at least explain why you didn't like it? And like all of his like how he would improves honestly felt very like one noted because they're all in the same tone and such, and it's just like I don't know. Megadon, Tokupunk's more of a villain than you. Tokupunk associates himself with not great people. And I'm willing to openly call that out. Any recommendations? Well, technically, I mean, here's the thing. Don't watch any English speaking reviewers. But if you have to, I think you have um I think you have basically wait. Oh, Emgo, I don't know if people would agree on. I think people have discourse towards Emgo. Plus, I don't really consider Emgo entirely as a tokusatsu channel. He just happens to cover it, and that basically is in the same lines of Long's Toys. Like, because I don't consider them Long's Toys like. Yeah, he just happens to cover tokusatsu, but like it's not that he covers it all the time. But Anthony is great. I think the one thing I find interesting with Anthony is that I didn't realize I actually have been following him since 2011. Because of his one samurai video. I always went back to that video back then. And then like I knew about his band and such. And then like I just like lost who he was. And then like we just happened to like connect with each other through association on Twitter in like 2016. But then like I saw that his channel was like up and running and such, and like I've been following that. Um yeah, like that's the thing. Like I mean the issue too is just that I think it was back in 2016. There was a huge saturation in terms of like toku content creators and such that it kind of poisoned the like community to an extent. And now all of that has kind of diminished because basically for this and such, if I had to give my recommendation to one person in particular, it would be Adam Prime. um I think Adam Prime gives off really interesting or like not in but like I really like his opinions or not like that, but like I just like how he presents. I like his presentation and just how he showcases the items and such. And also like him and his co-host also do like podcast and movie reviews and such. Like I don't tend to watch a lot of it, but like I'll skim through it and like I would enjoy it and such. So if I had to recommend one person, it would be Adam Prime. And like obviously Go Say Green isn't here, but like I recommend you guys to go check Go Say Green. Like I would just prefer for people just to watch smaller content creators and such. Just because like those people definitely need the spotlight as opposed to like I mean nothing wrong with obviously like these people obviously. But I think they'll probably say the same thing too of just like it'll probably just be better to uplift the smaller channels and such. I guess that is interesting to say at least. Adam Prime is on the recommendations or is in my like channels better than me and like alongside Go Say Green. But most of the time I just watch smaller Japanese reviewers and such just because, I don't know. I don't like I think most of the people were just kind of I think it's just kind of like an attitude thing basically. That's what I kind of um summarize it to from what most people are saying. But other than that, like, it's very minor. I used to enjoy Eugene, but I don't like Eugene's attitude. If you look at his community tab, it's very I'm not for that, honestly. It's very I wouldn't say toxic, but like I don't like this mindset of like, oh, a dislike like just because someone like, like cursing out people who dislike your content. I think it's very not toxic, but it's not a good persona to put up, especially with like it really diminished like the persona that Eugene used to like put up as such because I thought he was really sweet and such, but then I looked at his community tab and it's like just all of like oh like cursing out like oh this one person disliked my video how could they and such and it's just like I don't like that. Tokupunk, I do. It's basically a reason why he's can block too. Yeah, I think Este is just busy with was he finishing college? I don't remember. Like, I mean, the thing too is that Este hasn't been as active online either and such. So I'm pretty sure he's just busy with stuff. But like Este is always like, I think he's kind of like the only Soul Power Rangers YouTuber I watch. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Because it's just like, because I feel like Eugene should at least be grateful that like people are still watching his stuff. I don't think it's like a good. I don't think it's great when like you basically project like this precedence, like, because I think it's a bad precedence to put onto your viewers of like, oh, you must like everything I do and such, because like, I put all this work into it, and like, yeah, you did, but obviously just in general no one's gonna like everything you do and such. That's why like I excuse me, that's why I just do whatever. And that's why I'm making drastic changes for next year. But yeah, because like I mean, I think I don't I mean, I don't think you can bring back the streets technically, because I think Will is still holding that back. I understand Will's uh I understand that Will is not going to put the streets back to public and such just because of circumstances. And I think I don't think it's fine for me to assume this, but I think he no longer has ties to those guys anymore. So um like I don't know if you guys are even able to bring back the streets. Like, I mean, breakdown the fact that breakdown was still able to be a thing is like neat. But even then, like, I don't know. I just think, because I guess I'll say this. Yeah, Japan may wiped his entire channel because were people obviously were reasonably calling him out because he liked racist content. So yeah. But yeah, Shuki, she's still trying to, I think from what she was saying on Geek Each Week, she's been trying to figure out what she wants to do, but obviously she's just busy with her real life stuff and is only able to make time for Geek Each Week. So I don't mind that she's taking like a seat back, but like she's still trying to find ways to come back doing content creation. And Josh, I think she's also Josh, I think should be she's trying to come up with stuff too. Cause like Josh also just opened up a third channel talking about their or going or that's going to be about their like journey of like going through HTR and such, which I think is interesting. I think everyone should check that out and such, especially for like most people that probably don't know the process of going through that and such. I think it's definitely an interesting watch. But I'm very happy for Josh that she feels happier and such now. It's better than how she's been for the last half year and such. This was like it was like a racist cartoon and such. Or like a racist like comic strip and such. Like people were finding that he was liking posts from like a racist account and such. And like people reasonably called him out and then like he went MIA and then like he wiped his entire channel. So it's just like, you know, yeah. Well, okay. Like I wouldn't necessarily say that, but like I just felt bad for her because of the Lightning Collection. Or like, the Lightning Collection stuff like was kind of like it was definitely kind of hard to see just in real time how much that like diminished her just mentally and such. But again, I'm happy she's happier with the beginning of her transition. Like I think that's something we should be celebrating and such. um just like cuz it was really like I wouldn't necessarily well, I guess I'll rephrase what you said, Megadong. I think it was just a lot more harder to see her content because of like the struggles she was going through and such. And like in a way it was just like I wish in some way I was able to like help her through that time, but like I mean at the same time I'm going through my own things. But like so I wouldn't have been any help anyway. But like I said before, I'm happy for her and such. But I mean like other than that, the only thing I kind of want to conclude the only thing I would want to conclude is that obviously we should probably stop trying to defend people that are obviously have done it or we should obviously not defend anyone that has done obvious wrong because it's like why would you like stand on this? Like why would you even try to like I don't know. It's more just like just look at it for yourself and such cuz it's just like just look at it for yourself because it's just like obviously I'm not going to stand by that. I won't tolerate any of those things. Yeah, we talked about outer space reviews beforehand, all right? I'm pretty sure we've talked about them. Cuz I mean like I don't know, like as a whole too, like it's really hard to try to recommend people in the toku space just because of like, you know, the recent outcry or the recent outbreak that happened at the a few months ago between the oh okay, like how do you call like what how do you guys like classify specific sections of like the Toku YouTube community? Because obviously I'm technically part of the toy sector. But how do you where do you classify people that actually talk about the shows and such? Or like or streamers? Who do you classify them under? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Megadon. That's what I was gonna bring up. Uh, I just didn't want to bring it up in name, but um, basically because of that situation, obviously it drew back, or obviously the credibility of the Toku community, the English speaking community at least, has lost its um credibility because of that situation, and it sucks. Because even though again I don't watch that content mostly because I haven't watched the shows. Um um yeah, I guess that makes sense. The Toku, well like I mean I wouldn't say reviewers because I classify that with the toys, but like so yeah, basically the community right now, again, to add on to the fact that content is dry right now. Yeah, like obviously it's in shambles. It's in shambles because of that situation and such. And like yeah, it makes I think there was a discussion about this a few months back on Twitter of just like what can I don't know who brought it up, but like so there was like a discussion of like what things would people would want to see in the Toku YouTube community space and such. But and like I don't know, like I mean that's why personally I kind of just stopped trying to even bother engaging in trying to figure out what to do in this space because it's just like I'm not going to add anything new to the table because the only thing I'm going to add technically is just well I mean technically the only difference about like if I were to do stuff like that is just my voice. That's the only difference because I'm not going to give off a unique opinion, a unique perspective. You're just going to basically hear a different person speak about this manner and such. So it's just like I can't really add anything to it and such. Yeah, Arlen has, you know, what's the word again? I respect, uh, I respect his content and such. I don't watch the majority of it, but like I respect him for pumping out content too. Yeah, Ranger Liz is also pretty neat. Like I think I think it's been a while since she's actually put something out because I think if I remember going off of Twitter, she's been going through some rough times. So I hope the best for her. I guess to go along with this, yeah, that's how I am, Toku Punk. That I think that's the sad reality of basically joining fandoms in general, because especially for someone like me who's like kind of deprived of like interactions and basically these streams kind of being the only time I can talk to people about this stuff that isn't like Draken. But like because like Draken actually has a group of friends he can like talk to even though it's not specifically Toku. I can't claim myself to have that anymore. So it's just like the sad reality is that the best way to enjoy the stuff you like is basically not engaging with the community. And I think that's like just kind of the saddest conclusion because it's like you have to like and like it's not even just being like ignorant. Um, it's like cuz I don't know, cuz it's like obviously there's like obviously it depends on which platform you join in or that you join at, but like it's just I don't know. It's just like the best way you are going to enjoy something is basically through your own experience. And like, yeah, people are right of like when your X thing is like good, when there's a lot of people not telling you that it like they're like basically obviously like airing out other people's opinions and such. Cause like obviously you obviously to not be like so close minded and such, you need or and to be objective, you do need that like other side of the coin, basically, of just like, to like reasonably understand like, well, I like this thing, but like why does this person not understand this thing? And when they can constructively say why they don't like it, then like you have a balance of like, oh, okay, so here's like the good that came out of this thing, but here's also the bad. But the issue is that obviously a lot of people aren't, excuse me, a lot of people are not doing that. A lot of people are just being like, not really being, uh, like people are just cut and dry about it, and not really like being, I guess, like constructive about it. Yeah, I don't. Okay, I don't know what happened with. I don't know what's been happening with her. I just know that like from the few like Twitter posts I will see of her once and often, like she'd just not be in like a good mood or so. That's what I recall. Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. That's like again the stuff he did to Josh was not acceptable. Like it just wasn't. Let me, because that's basically how I feel with K-pop. Because it's just like, yeah, as cool it would be for me to actually try to integrate, I guess, integrate myself into the fandom. Realistically, that's just not possible. Because it's just like, then what am I to them and such? Basically, because it's just like, yeah, like I mean, the issue too is like obviously I'm dealing with a newer, younger generation of fandoms to which have appeared to be more toxic than older generation people and such because you know like obviously I grew up with I've been growing up with it since I was like or for like almost 2 decades now, and like really I don't really have an issue with a lot of the things that these younger people or like younger people take an issue with. And like also like a lot of these people don't really take the time to like research and instead will spend their time like being delusional and just shipping or just like ship people or like say like X things and just like hating men and stuff like that, and like basically just saying like, oh yeah, eradicate all men are the issues and like men are the problem kind of thing, and it's just like, okay. Like I'm kind of glad that's not the case with the Toku fan, but like what I said in the last stream, we're reaching to a point where we're having fandom wars between shows now, because I just realized I didn't really establish my like thought from the last stream, because like again like Gotchard and Geats fans keep fighting each other because the Gotchard fans talk about like how bad of a character Ace is or how much the show supports parents um abusing their kids and whatnot. And then like the Geats fans or the Gotchard fans will basically just pinpoint every flaw that all the other that basically everyone else also always points out and such. So the Geats fans are basically not winning, but the Gotchard fans also have pretty stupid reasons. So basically, it's just a lose-lose situation. Like basically, like I mean, the state of these fandoms right now are just miserable. Like you can't even talk about Ultraman because no one likes acknowledging Ultraman unless you're in that only sector. But even then, like it was really dumb seeing Ultraman fans fight with or like Ryder fans picking a fight with Ultraman fans and then trying to praise victory on like winning against the Ultraman fans. It's just pretty dumb. And it's just again, being a fan of this like genre has just been miserable and such. Like, obviously, because I can only say this through experience, but like, just yeah, despite the fact, like, I don't agree. Obviously, I don't agree with what the majority of this newer side of the fandom stays states because like the issue is that back like I didn't have these issues on Twitter back then. Like during like 2016 and such. Because everything was pretty relaxing and chill back then. We were all able to like freely joke around. We had in jokes and like everyone knew like because again, it was like really small back then. And like everyone knew each other in the fandom and such. And like again, like we all had fun and like we were able to joke around with certain things and like, it wouldn't be overlooked. But you can't do that in the current like state of the fandom because then like everyone just takes everything so seriously. Yeah, cuz like I appreciate Anthony at least making something different with Heroes of Fandom and such cuz like yeah, genuinely Heroes of Fandom is like refreshing in terms of content. Whoops. Uh, yeah, like again, like the Ultraman fans are like the most peaceful and such. And like second will be I guess second would be Sentai fans. Man, that's very late. People just I don't know, like people that discover Common Nerder that late, I don't. I mean, then again, it's just because I grew up with it, so I have a different perspective. Yeah. And the thing too is just I guess it is kind of depressing just to see like a lot of people I used to like interact with just like wipe themselves off from that community and such. And like obviously some people I've used to interact with are still there, but like obviously just because of some things. I haven't like obviously I basically had to cut myself off from that fandom since 2017 just due to stuff. But then like I wanted to get back into it in like 2018 or like I felt like 2018, 2019, I felt ready to like get back into it, but it was already like too late for me because at that point I was just like at that point I was just basically a remnant of like 2016 Toku Twitter. Okay. That's interesting. Anthony is really nice. Because that's why I appreciate Anthony. Like whenever he does on Twitter, like call out people that need to be called out. Because it's just like obviously we need stuff like that. Because like obviously like I don't like because like the sad thing obviously is that like realistically yeah of course like the easiest thing will just to be like to remove yourself from Twitter and such. But the issue is that, especially with Toku, for example, that's Twitter's the primary place that like Toy and like Subaraya use to like update stuff. Like that's like the primary source that like Bandai, Toy, Subaraya will Subaraya has other avenues, but like Toy and Bandai, that's going to be the main place that you're going to get your information at. So it's just that's why it's like really difficult of just basically like, well, yeah, just like remove yourself from Twitter and such. Because it's like Well, I rather get my information from like the prime source as opposed to like secondary sources because weirdly enough, we don't really my issue is that we don't really have a lot of like reliable secondary sources and such because the only reliable source we have that gives us this information is Yukia seed and such. But like other than that, like we don't really have anyone else. So that's why I think it's just and also the thing too is that like some people are not going to report on these sources are not going to report on everything. For example, no one ever reports about the music releases for Toku, for example. That stuff you have to find from the like actual labels themselves and such. Or like with the Ryder specifically, you find that stuff out through the Ryder music account and such. So yeah, while it's easy for me to be like, yeah, okay, like just simply leave this platform and like go elsewhere. I necessarily can't do that these because the like because for certain information, these are the only ways I can obtain that information at. And like obviously it would just make sense like obviously it would obviously make sense if like someone else would have like reported stuff like that, but it's just like I don't know, it's just like I don't know like stuff like music releases for example. Like last week, they just put out like new information about the Gotchard CD box, about the fact they're doing like 4 more character songs, and we're potentially going to get one more this week because I assume that's why they held it back. And then like we have more information about like the actual like Blu-ray disc and such. But like obviously no one's really like going for that. Instead, everyone's just trying to like conspiritualize like, "Oh, why isn't this thing here?" and such. Or no one like actually like I guess takes in the information. They just see it and they're like, "Oh, like why does this guy get a character song and such?" Like, yeah, obviously that makes sense to like comment on, but like I don't know. I think it's just like fine the way it is, basically. But like I don't know if anyone's still here. Like, I guess it's just like I don't know. I mean, I kind of do know where I land in terms of like this sphere of like toku content creation because I guess because it's I guess because like um okay. I guess it's just because like you know I didn't mention this because the thing I was originally going to do with 2,000 subscribers isn't here, so maybe um maybe next stream, I don't know. But basically um I mean like this is what this is what I basically was trying to do since the 5th anniversary just because like obviously I like reasonably so I understood that like I can't just make myself sticks only solely through Togu. Thank you. um because like I don't know because like when I hit the 5th anniversary when I hit my 5th anniversary I thought that was like the perfect time where like we can actually transition and start doing like outrageous stuff and such because that's why I'm saying like I'm just a person that happens to do heavy or that happens to be very heavy on toku content and such. But like it's just really hard for me to like really try to associate myself with the fandom, especially from like all the different angles and such. Like obviously like I would like work with people from the fandom obviously. But like my issue is that like I haven't engaged in like any of the content for like almost 5 years now and such. Yeah, that's yeah, Barcode Warrior. I think you put it together. I think you summarized the problem the best. This is the biggest issue with the fandom. They have a big issue of gatekeeping. And it's like I think I'm just tired of the point. I think I'm just tired of having to stand by this because it's like everyone should be able to enjoy what they enjoy. Like there should be no objections as to what people enjoy and such. Really? This is very blatant. You see people gatekeep. Like Togerpunk, I brought this up last stream. Like was said before, like people were accusing bigger accounts as industry plants. This is why Ultraman can't really do well. Oh. Well, yeah. I can't pull off an example, but it's common. Because like I think this is like, I think I know who you're talking about. And in that case, no, that person deserved to be called out. They did. Like, I mean, Draken is one of these guys. Like, he'll criticize the reactors. Like for a while, I think it was like last month, or not last month, last year. He kept talking. He kept like talking to me about like all of these Kamen Rider reactors and how much he didn't like them and such. And I'm like, why do you keep engaging with their content? You're part of the problem. Like, if you don't want this to keep going on, then don't watch the content and just move on. Like, I'm glad that he stopped, but it was just like to get into conversations of like, oh wow, like this person didn't know what they were like watching. Like this person doesn't understand like what's going on and such because they haven't watched the show. It's like stop watching it. No, it's not that person. I think that scenario was funny because it got to the side of like Japanese like the Japanese Toku Twitter, the Japanese side of Twitter, and people were rightfully calling them out. Have I heard of this person? I don't think so. I don't really give reactors my day of light unless they're actually credible. Reaction content just isn't my thing and such. Unless like there's like I guess I don't know. I haven't really watched a lot of it. I guess that's nice to hear. But again, I probably won't engage with their content anyway. I mean, it's also just because, like, I mean, like, I won't. I'm very specific with who I follow or who I'm subscribed to on YouTube and such. He's not. I can't believe you have to specify he's not a plant. that's that's so unfortunate. I can't believe we're at this point. Like Megadong, I appreciate that. I've always do. Because like I mean like I don't really know like any other more problematic toku creators that Twitter has a problem with. Cause like I mean basically the whenever Twitter brings out a problematic content creator, like they're always correct. Like they're correct about it that they're problematic and such. And like rightfully so they get called out and such. But I don't know anyone that like I don't know a case of where they were wrongfully they wrong or not they wrongfully accused someone, but like I mean that there's been cases like that, but of where like someone wasn't really like that bad of a person, but like Twitter had an issue with it. All right, goodbye Tokupunk. But but I don't know, 'cause, like again, I appreciate this Meganong because like I always felt like I'm not well, like the issue is that with my stuff, it I guess is too standardized. I guess and too like traditional in terms of like I guess what's expected of like a toku content creator, especially for someone like me who hasn't engaged with the majority of the content in like years and only engages through it by the toys. Because like I'll say like just yesterday I watched Kaku Ranger Act 3. Well, obviously that's because I actually watched Kaku Ranger. But like obviously I haven't watched like any of the new stuff. But I think it's also just because I'm at the point where like I think I'm just gonna have to keep in secret of what I'm like currently like watching and such. So then like I don't get blasted for watching X series and such. Like for example, I'm probably not going to be public about the fact that like I will be like continuing 01 and such. Like am I really chill? I don't really I don't really see myself as that. I don't even know what being chill means personally. I know it's technically like laid back and stuff, but like um I mean, I think it's also just because I just made it so like I just tolerated with your guys' nonsense. Just because I feel bad with how Zrekin treats you guys. Because I know that you guys are joking and such. Because it's always kind of. I guess I always get secondhand embarrassment whenever you guys are clearly like trying to like lay out a joke, but like Zrekin takes it so seriously and kind of gets offended by it. Like in his Gotchard stream last Sunday, like or Saturday, like Green made a joke, like just a quick remark about like him being a fan of Dread, and like Zrekin took offense to that, and it's just like, oh my gosh, like he was just joking. Dark Barcode Warrior, I don't know how to tell this to you, but like no, he was rightfully called out. He constantly kept harassing like other content creators. He kept harassing like Josh, uh Anthony about just how, and like like Long's Toys too, about just how they covered a specific item because they didn't cover it the way he would have covered it. Because what I can say about this situation is that luckily I think from what I know, he was the only person I was the only person he liked. Because from what I got of it, he never had an issue with how I covered my stuff, but he had an issue with how like Anthony, Josh, Chris covered their stuff. And obviously I wasn't going by that. And like we mentioned him not by name on stream. Like Zryken and I brought this up to Zryken on stream, like one of our build streams and such. And like because I was not standing by for what he was saying to Josh and such, because it was it was very unreasonable and such. So yes, Hawk called him out on Twitter, and he reasonably, like he always does this, Dark Barcode Warrior. Apparently this was the third time that he's done that and such. So, and like the fact that he like I don't like the fact he always tries to brag about like, oh yeah, this is like the English review of this thing, because it's just I don't think it's a good idea to stand by his content and such, especially because like especially if you go through his community tab, all of his stuff is basically just of like, oh, um, this thing didn't get enough views, so I'm not going to do it. It's like I can't stand by that and such. It's like you really like open your eyes is all I can say and such. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, again, because like this is just not how you do things. Basically, like basically for that person, I just wish they handled things a lot better. But you know, they're just gonna be constantly going back and or they're gonna be going out of the public eye and then coming back once in a while and just acting like nothing happened. And it's just we don't want people like that. Yeah, because like like I think that's like the best thing of like when you can have that dynamic of just because I that's the dynamic I guess I try to have of just like you know like I try to be like I let you guys go off and do your thing, and like I just deal with it and such because like I know that you guys aren't being like 100% serious about it and such. And like that's why in return I instead just like I try to throw it back at you guys and such. I kind of wish it was like that for you guys on Zryken's stream, but again, Megadong, you already know what happened and such. Again, I mean I don't think it's right for me to have gone public about what I said earlier, what happened to you that Saturday, but well, I mean I didn't really, but again, I'm glad that's resolved. But again, there's more things I would say, but it's not technically right for me to say that. Like I get it's just the fact that like, you need to like accommodate for people's like limitations and such. But at the same time I'm just like you need to see through like you can't It's like you seriously did not see through that. Yeah, that's good at least. Yeah. Like obviously like constructive criticism that's like actually constructive and not just X thing is bad or like whatever your guys' modern lingo is and such. Because like, as like obviously to have like is it objective or like, to have conversations to actually have some like because I don't know, like when you have a discussion, don't you want to like get something out of it and such instead of just having to run on the same points or like egging on like, oh yeah, like X thing is this thing and such. Because it's just like I guess rather have like a transformative discussion and such. Because I really don't like discussions of like basically me basically relying or basically just replaying or like just basically stating, yeah, the fandom hates X thing, Twitter hates X thing, Twitter says this about this thing, because like it feels bad for the other person because it's like again it's the same thing of like, well, am I supposed to feel like that or like am I supposed to like because like the only reason why I do that is just because so then we can just laugh it off. But like when Dragon and I have these discussions, it's just like it's kind of it turns it all sour. Well, maybe it. Do we need like? That's funny. Like, do we need a new lineup? Because I don't think. Like, I mean, Tommy, I think is doing fine on his own. I don't know. I don't know what Rowan's been doing. I don't know if Rowan's been busy with things, but I know like Tommy's been shooting it off with with his channel and such. But then like I don't know. At the same time, like again, Megadong, I think you've said before you've always interacted with Tommy more, but like I don't know. Like I think what I've been getting from Tommy lately has been kind of like a thing of like just like I don't know. Whenever like a big name person like does something like or like is potentially in like trouble, like he always like rags on them or like, something like that. Like I understand that's the case of him with Toko Electables and such, but like I thought it was kind of weird that I thought it was weird in a way that he was doing that to Josh when Josh was technically in like that like debacle and such. Because again, I might be misremembering things, but it's just like I thought that was kind of out of I thought that was kind of out of character for Tommy, honestly. But um yeah, because like honestly, like I guess like again, I don't really have any associations with people, so I guess it's technically all right for me to like I don't know, because like I mean I personally would rather not want to get into any like discourse, but like who's that one Hopper guy? Is that literally his name? Who is that? But I don't know, cause like it would just be like obviously it would be pretty bad on my part and such. Well, like obviously it's like I don't know if that case does happen. Obviously, I would rather handle it civilly, because I think it'll be kind of dumb to blow it up because I that's not the right way of handling those situations. Because again, it's just like what you said before. Well, what was his name initially? Because I don't know who that is. Like, does he not have a name that he just sticks with? Because I know Zriken was worried that like with his gotcha videos that like basically with that stuff, basically if Strike Hopper, yeah, I genuinely don't know who that is. I like Zriken I think was genuinely worried that like, or I mean not worried, but he wasn't going to be surprised if there was backlash towards the videos. To which, if there was backlash, he was just going to like end it there and such, which I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think that's the right mind of things to do and such. Because it's just, again, it's like just all because you messed up this one stream doesn't mean that's the end all be all and such. I mean, we need to find a way to interact with Lee, first of all. Other than that, like, I mean, like, again, like, I mean, I appreciate you guys for joining these streams and such, especially just because, like, it does, it reassures me that, like, people just do genuinely care of, like, actually wanting to, like, engage with me as opposed to just, I guess viewing me as a byproduct of just, like, well, I only care for, like, wanting to see, like, X thing on this channel and such, and then, like, not really care for, like, I guess the person that actually does it, or like, the person behind it and such. Even though it's like, yeah, reasonably so. Like, obviously, sometimes it's like you wouldn't want me incorporated in videos and such. Because, like, especially because, like, whoops. Especially because of, I don't know, just some things that have been happening to me in like the last few months. Like, just haven't been the greatest in terms of like um interactions with people. So yeah, the editing streams. I would want to do one again, but like I don't know of what is the issue because a lot of projects I have to keep low about and such. And like the thing too is that I feel bad for not having a video for the July video for the second channel out because it was supposed to be the start of year 3 of Noun Dash Ryder. But the person, I don't know if it's really right for me to talk about this publicly, so I'll be really vague about it. But like the person I was working with, uh, went MIA, and I've looked into the situation, and it's like really unfortunate as to why they went MIA. So I really need to find someone else to help me with the project. So I plan on trying to get it out by the end of the month. Yeah. Like I always enjoy I I enjoy your comments and such. I know Zriken gets annoyed of your comments. Zriken gets annoyed of when Zriken you irk Zriken whenever you comment. And I feel bad for that. But like I always appreciate your comments and such because again, like I know that none of you guys are trying to be malicious with your comments. Such. Yeah. So, because it's just like, this person, I don't know. The unfortunate thing is that for like I think for a year and a half now, I've been trying to come up with a lot of projects with this person just because they were willing to like assist me on that and such. So like basically for like our first like actual project of them co-producing, like they're going through some serious things and it's just like obviously I'm going to respect their space and such. But other than that, like I do want to I mean it's just like being honest basically. That's why I would say that. But but other than that, like I mean, like I think channel wise, obviously, like the channel's doing fine. Because like I think for like I think it was like 2 years ago or something. I was like really worried that like the channel again, like I mean not necessarily, but it's just like the channel's not really evolving and such. But like to see that like you guys don't really mind, or like you guys are willing to like be open about changes and such. So I hope you guys are excited for I mean, that's not the case though. Like we've already justified that that's not the case. but but other than that, like what was I trying to get to? Like, I'm happy that you guys are like willing to just stick by with like the future of this channel because again I will announce them by the end of the year just because we need to hold that stuff off and such, but like I'm at least glad that content or I'm glad that at least content wise this is the smoothest things have been just because I'm basically almost done with this yearly roundup. Basically, we just need to focus. Obviously, after this, I'm gonna film Dooms, Geats, and Impulsion Rage. But because then by filming those 4 videos, August should be set. September, I'm kind of struggling with what content needs to be out. But October and November are set, and then obviously December is Arc. I don't know how much of Arc, just because I don't know how much of the toy line is going to be present. It should be fine. I don't think it will capture. But thank you, Megadong. But yeah, I think that'll have to do because like I think I went on for like I went on an hour longer than I was thinking. But maybe I don't know because like this month I was thinking maybe we can do 2 streams, but I don't have the thing I'm gonna the thing I'm gonna use for the 2,000 subscriber special. You're gonna see that next month. Um, but obviously, we still need to do the 1,000 subscriber special, but I think we're just gonna hold that off for next year. Just because of like the thing is that I've already revealed what the 1,000 subscriber thing was going to be, but 2,000 just stay tuned and such. Other than that, I think they'll have to do. Like I appreciate that I did reach 2,000 subscribers. Like like I guess it's a cool milestone, but like at the same time, it's just like I was already fine with 1,000, just because there's not really any point of me needing to shoot up much more higher, because it's like what more do I need basically? Because I was already like again, I was already satisfied with 1,000, because I was expecting to reach 1,000 by the next year. But the fact that I did reach 2,000, like yeah, it's cool. But like just I guess it's now like basically I guess it's like audience wise is like what are they perhaps asking for then for like me reaching that high and such. But I guess one thing I'll like one last note I'll bring up is like this is the highest I've gotten. This is the highest view count I've gotten and such. Excuse me. My phone's gonna die out, and I need to um oh really, you learned about me that far back? I thought it was earlier. Wait, what was the timing? Because I think no, I think you are right. I think you are right, actually. Because I thought that video was later. I thought you showed up in the second Geats opening stream. I thought you showed up in late 2022. But I guess you are right about, because I know you from the third Geats opening stream. Megadong, was it perhaps? Well, I mean, I assume you probably met me because of was it Geek Each Week or so? Because that's how. Well, I mean, that's how I knew about Adam Prime. Because he just happened to show up in my recommendations, and I was like, "Oh, cool! Like someone I actually know." Yeah, because like I know you used to join the streams from like late 2020 to like I think the first half of 2023. Then I haven't seen you since until like recently. I think it was the last few streams now and such. Like I like that I'm liking that I am seeing a lot of older faces or like older faces here again and such. Yeah, because I know you joined the channel since one of the Geats openings. It was like for the majority of you guys, it's been the Geats openings and such. And like, I guess it's like I think it's like a bittersweet end that this is like, I mean, to an extent. Because again, this is technically not the final one, because again, I still need to get a lot of premium DX. Um I still need to get a lot of premium DX Geet stuff, like the main, because I think my next Geet stream planned is the Laser Rays Riser and the four main buckles, along with Monster. But I only have Monster secured. I don't have the other four secured. So that one's gonna be a while. But yeah, I don't know okay, so I think at least by October has to be like the rest of the Ryder stuff I have still yet to open. September's arc. November and December. December, I don't know. Oh, I don't either of those. I don't know. Because I think the December stream we would probably have to make the Geats Premium DX one then. November's is up in the air. Yeah. Which I think it's reasonable because like I think again like I don't know I hope this isn't considered cheating but like I think like it's obviously reasonable to like despite someone not showing up in your streams often like to not like just I think I don't know how to word this like I think it's better to not like obviously rely on who's going to appear on your streams and such. Yeah. Also, it's just for me. Also, it's just fun to, or it's at least engaging to like talk about Togu stuff that isn't outside of like people like Zarek and such, and especially just because I don't really have much people to talk to one anymore. So, but I think like the best like streamer etiquette is basically not like basically being like over reliant on like one particular person or like specific people to like join your stream and like, being like, man, that person didn't show up or like this person only like showed up here and then like disappeared and such. And it's just like, cause, it's just like obviously you have to like, obviously, I think you should at least be happy that person showed up and such. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate that they didn't stick through, but like, at least they at least took the time out to like show up on your stream or to like comment something and such. Just because like I think I mean I was kind of in this period too, but like I wasn't like as I wasn't as what's the word? Because I don't know. I think it creates like I wouldn't necessarily say a reliance issue, but like it's not really good etiquette of just being like, man, like this person like only showed up here, like because like then like it's basically like you're kind of bashing that person then, or, like you're basically like kind of trying to frame it that like that person's at fault, and that like that person's like not dedicated, but like that person's like permitted to like not permitted that person is like supposed to be like 100% like always supposed to be on stream and such. Like obviously it makes sense if you're a moderator and such, but like you know, you didn't put that person in that role. So of course they're not going to be as obligated to do that and such. But honestly, like what I can say is just like for anyone streaming, just be happy with the people that show up because they at least go through the effort of showing up for you and such. Like, yeah, they're like, it's unfortunate that they're not going to stick around, but like, it's just the small things. I think it's the small things that like you should really take in and such. But it's already 9 o'clock. I'm gonna have to end this because I'm gonna eat and shower. So, and I need to record for another video before I do the Geats video. So I'll end it here. I appreciate everyone that came by, and again, I um uh am looking at this quickly. Are people actually watching this? I mean, they technically, but oh, are you new, Tanaka? No, I mean, no, you showed up in my comments before, I think. Well, anyways, hello. Hope you enjoy the playback. That's gonna show up in a few hours. But oh yeah. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the playback. I think I did your request correctly. I wasn't too sure. Yeah. I mean, that's how I am with some streams and such. Just because, like, that's how, like, again, for example, that's why I basically do with Drake and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's definitely how I was with certain people, for sure, and such. And like, I'll say this again, like, the only reason why I'm not like I try not to be as active on Dragon streams is just because, again, because of my stature as like now a technically moderately sized account, I don't want to steal the attention away from him and such. Because I want to respect Zriken's time, and would rather have him coastering through coastering through his stream instead, and not have me just interject myself in and such. That's why I don't really like interjecting myself. Tokupunk, I was going to end it, but then people started showing up. So this is not the longest stream. The longest Draken and I went the Draken and I streamed for like 12 hours and 20 minutes. But YouTube cut it down to 11 hours and 55 minutes. This is the longest stream we've done in a while. But if this was the case, I would have done it earlier. But yeah, like, I just would I think what most people were really saying, like, obviously, I think reasonably so. Like, we would want Zriken to, like, I mean, like, Zriken is creating his own path and such. Like, he's actually having his friends joining on the streams and such. So I appreciate that. So, like, I'm liking this transition that he has for sure and such. Right, this transition Zriken has for his streams and such. To which, I guess I'll say this. Um, you know, this upcoming Sunday, he's gonna have a birthday stream, so watch that. There is something that I'll spoil here that Gosei Green sent to him, because Gosei Green and I coordinated it and such. So Stave, look forward to that on Sunday. I didn't tell Dragon, I just handed it to him. He thinks it's just a buy package, but um, you know, I I can't wait to see what he thinks about it and such. So I don't know what he's gonna do this Saturday, because the thing is, Draken talked to me about what he was gonna do, and I was like, yeah, that sounds good. And then he just immediately changes it, and it's just like, because again, like, I'm trying to coordinate with Gosei Green with like when exactly he was gonna open the package. So like, I kept having to change things with Green. It's such. But and then I think I think then next Saturday, he's finally going to cover the rest of the Gotchard stuff. So like the Dread Driver, because the Dread Driver came in the same package as Propulsion Rage. So the Dread Driver, Alchemist Driver Unit, Legend Common Riser, and Nijigon. Zykin will cover that next Saturday, alongside. I think he's going to cover his singles and the binder by then too. So look forward to that. Obviously, if you have, well, I mean, again, it's only Tokupunk that's been blocked, but like, obviously, find ways to circumvent it and such. Just because Zarkin will appreciate. Zarkin appreciates the company and such, even if he doesn't stand your guys's commentary and such. Okay, I'll end this. I have to end this because I need to eat, and I'll clean up the I'll clean this up eventually and such. So, um, thank you to everyone that joined in. I'll clear up some miscommunications, and yeah, goodbye. And any last words before we end? Let's check. Nope. Goodbye.